Hello everyone and welcome to yet another live coding and chill. I'm your host, Johnny. Glad to be here. Hope you're having amazing weeks. Let me know what you're up to, what you're doing today. We will be tackling once again event sourcing, this time by managing our own SQLite database, because last time we did try it with PocketBase, which is a simpler tool to do some very complicated jobs. But when you bring in event sourcing, which is probably maybe the most complex way to handle some sort of data into it, well, it doesn't really play nicely, is what we found. It was overcomplicating something that is meant to be a simple solution. We'll be diving further into PocketBase for sure. In the future, I still think it may be the missing piece for when it comes to having a modern web app with a CMS, CRM type functionality. But for what we're doing today, for what we want to explore, may not have been the best thing. Or maybe it was me. It happens as well, believe it or not. So the idea for today's app, once again, which you can actually find the link in the description and click around and refactor behind the scenes to actually have a login flow that for sure 100% works every time. You can even change your names and stuff. We've shown these things in previous live streams. You get a nice toast on the window that you just about miss because of this crop, but that's by the by. So the app that we're making today is going to be a timestamp helper tool. If you've seen previous live streams, I always have the agenda highlighted here. I do my prep beforehand. It actually helps me prepare for the stream when I put the agenda together, but that's by the by. After the live stream is over, what helps you, the viewers, especially people coming from the future, is when there are those handy chapters in the video. Those YouTube chapters where you can click around and see, all right, this is where Johnny stopped debugging this problem and went on to do the event sourcing stuff. I want to see the event sourcing overview or whatever else. Whatever thing from the agenda excites you the most, you can quickly jump in there. Or if lots of people I know may catch it live or may see it once through and then you code along with me. And on those points, or you try it out yourself, and then you want to revisit the things that I did for specific points where you get stuck. So for those reasons is why I do the timestamps after a live stream, but it would be neat instead of me manually needing to add the timestamps here and then kind of convert and format them as YouTube wants, to be able to have a tool that just does this, where I have the agenda, I click things, and automatically it has something I can copy paste into the YouTube description, or just does it for me, just updates the YouTube description as I please, even as I'm live streaming even. That would be possible. We are logging in with Google here, so we may revisit this in the future. You could even have like nice pop-ups, have an integration with OBS, which is the streaming software that I have, to the moment I click something, then something overlays on the screen saying, we've succeeded this, or what are we currently on? It will show that we're on this agenda item. Anyway, feature creeping, what we want to do today is something where we can create agenda items, toggle them on and off, and then have it converted to the timestamp format that YouTube needs to create the chapters. Which essentially is like a to-do app, and there must be like millions of videos on how to do a to-do app in many ways. But is there one that does it with event sourcing? I don't know. So that's the spin for how we will do how we will do our little to-do list app. And of course, I will find it useful because I am literally doing the timestamps after every live stream. Hello, Mike, in the chat. You are so kind. You're always so kind to me. I appreciate it. Even if you were less kind, I would appreciate you because you watch and try things for yourself so much. It's you're my hero viewer and user for sure. I love it when people learn things from me, try out for themselves, and then they work. And that's the ideal golden path that I want for everyone. All right, so behind the scenes before this live stream, I did refactor quite a lot of things to pivot out of PocketBase and make this work with Drizzle and which is the ORM talking to our SQLite database that's going to be hosted to Turso, with the help of Turso. And something that did help is my dependency injection thing. So we kind of implemented the live streams PocketBase repo, and now we just switch around to have it be a database implementation for this. So even though that project wasn't that far along, this is why I like this dependency injection trick when you do need to pivot and say, all right, SQLite not working for me for this one. I want real-time connections in an easier way, so I'm switching to Supabase. For example, you just implement an interface. You always work against an interface, and when you need to switch, it's going to be easier to do so because you will only be coding new stuff in your new Supabase implementation, and everything else in the app will just be calling the same methods that the interface always implemented. So question by Mike, have you tried Tiger Beetle? No, but it sounds awesome. Is that a real thing? I mean, is it a real animal? Financial transactions database, I see. I know that ACID compliance and transactions are very important for you. So I suspect that maybe targeting you more than the things I usually do. I don't know. I would investigate this. I was gonna say that when I do fintech projects, usually they're very wary of like new tools that come up, and they love it when I say, "Oh, we're gonna do Postgres and it's gonna be like this." They're like, "Yes, certainty. We've been doing it like this for 20 years. That's what I want." But sometimes things are clunky and newer things are better. What can you do? So I will have a look at those and see what it actually offers. 1000x. 3 orders of magnitude, like 1 order of magnitude is like 10, 100, 1000, fellas. Like we're really hitting it. So very, very interesting. I will have a look for sure. For sure. Right. So I did do this pivot into the SQLite database in this process that you can click around here. And what we'll be starting to work with today, if you are logged in, let's do the login flow once again, the local login flow. Then you get into this live streams route that we've created last time, but you haven't created any live streams. So what we're going to do is a button here to take you to a new route, which we're going to use to create our new route. So Mike says that the financial database solution is written in Zig, which is amazing. Definitely one of the most fun named languages, Zig. Right, so let's get to it, because we may get into fun AI stuff as well, besides the event sourcing over engineering we're going to be doing today. So we are in the live streams route. And what I want is a button from here. And since Satsin loves those index files, might as well use them. Went to the wrong one. So the live streams route, streams page, this one. And it says here, we are in this case where we don't have any live streams. So we have you haven't created any live streams thing here, and that's where I want the button that is actually gonna look like a button, but it's gonna be a link. So let's write that up. And we're gonna give this an href to. Is video WebSocket painful to implement? I haven't heard of video WebSocket, so I'm not sure what you're saying there. They may be missing something. I think WebSockets are trickier to implement, but there are like lots of third parties or quite a few libraries that make them easier to use. But I don't know about video WebSockets. And it depends. For example, one of the big things with SvelteKit to consider in the future, is make WebSockets easier. something like live video. Oh, live video and live streaming. So I don't think you'd be using WebSockets for this, but there is this service called Mux. Is it? So this is the one which claims that everything is using this behind the scenes for their live streaming functionalities and live video and all of that. So have a look at that one. This one is great. I even consider it for my own site to just use this. But for all the things that YouTube gets wrong, like having the free hosting and how YouTube is like the second biggest search engine in the world, and now that Google is getting worse and worse, maybe it's gonna be the first. Like the Google is gonna be the first. YouTube is gonna be the first search engine, and second is gonna be TikTok or something in the new world. Does Node.js have a raw API for this? Well, in the end, everything is going to be a raw API, but it's going to be hard to implement. It's going to be very hard to implement. So at the very least, try something like this first. And if you think you've got that on pat, if you've got that unlocked, maybe look behind the scenes for doing something like that. Because there are tons of concerns with images, let alone with videos. Hello, Vide. Nice to see you in the chat. You may have noticed I was actually considering here whether to use like the regular button, or I've brought in hero button. But I guess it's too big. Looks nicer in here for some reason. Which of course is based on your library. So it's nice. Hello, Giuseppe in the chat. Nice to see you. Let's see if how event sourcing is gonna work for us today. So yeah, let's focus what we're doing here. We want to do the straightforward stuff first. I think I may use like the glass one. I'm not sure if I like I like both the thing, the little border that goes around. I love this effect, but I may like the glass one more. So I'll experiment offline with which one I like best. Anyway, create new live stream. That one should get us to the live stream new route. And then we cannot find that route. So what we could do is in live stream, we can have a new folder for new. And in there, we need a class page that's svelte. Immediately, it's gonna render it on the left. And hot reloading seems to be kind of working today with Svelte 5 release 1.9.5. We've all been having issues with the hot reload in the past couple of weeks, but it's been all right so far. Anyway, to give it good metadata, I'm just gonna copy paste anything here, any other plus page server. But of course, I don't actually want to bring in anything here. I just want the metadata. It's not gonna be an ID here. SvelteKit magically knows this, which is amazing. And that should be fine again, but it's gonna have create new live stream here. Will this really not need anything? Probably not. So how do the pages usually look like? Usually look like this. And here, and thank you for making such an awesome project. TanStack Svelte in SvelteKit. So I love TanStack with React, but I think React really needs something like the TanStack, all these tools like React Query and React Table. I don't think they're really needed for Svelte. Personally, that's what I think. Because it's a lot to do with like client side state, and we're doing most things server side nowadays. That's what I like to do. Keep things simple, you know, like with event sourcing. All right, so besides roasting myself, we are going to be using forms with super forms once again, and Zod, which is the schema validation library. We've got a few, for example, in the profile page here, this is a form. So let's see, how did I do that one? First, there is a schema that we should copy into our page, so schema. And here we should call it, instead of form schema, like I was really bored. I was really lazy for this one. Why did I call it form schema? Come on, Johnny. Yeah, I remember Mike says I learned super forms in your live video. I remember you were skeptical, but now you like it. And that was me as well. I guess not skeptical, but it takes some getting used to. But there are some things like the delayed loading spinner that you can show that I really like. I kept doing the same things again and again. So now I can do them with super forms, and then other people are gonna know more about it because it's a popular project and not just the custom way that this random Greek guy on the internet says is good. Right, so this one is gonna be the live stream schema. Let's call it this one. Sounds better. And it's just gonna have a title, and it's not gonna be nullable. And that's it for now. I guess it's gonna have a thumbnail, but we may do like file upload again in the future if you think that's interesting. It may have like a public state or something like that, but for now let's keep things simple to get to event sourcing. And call this live stream schema. And why are we doing all of this? Because we're gonna use this schema in a couple of ways. In one of them, we're gonna return it. We're gonna return a super validated form in here. In our load method. So profile here, what we're doing here. This plonk. And as mentioned in here, I guess we can even inline this and say that the form is going to be this. And all we need is to bring in super validate from SvelteKit super forms. We're not going to start it with any object. It's going to be empty. And Zod, we're going to get it from SvelteKit super forms, the adapter, and the schema is going to be the live stream schema, or new live stream schema, we also call it. And so we can inline return this and look cooler. Right, so we have the form loaded and validated on the backend. I don't use ID in super forms. I don't, unless I have like many in the page. So if we transition to do the tags, and each tag, each agenda item, is going to have like a different super form. If we do transition to that, I will need to pass in a unique ID for them. But for now, you don't need it. So whenever I don't need to do something, I don't do it. Right. So because less code is better, usually. I guess less code that still does what you want is better in my book. Less code that doesn't do the thing that you want is bad. It's worse. Don't do it. Right. So what are we doing on the profile? On the profile, we get the data from the props. Everything you returned here gets magically made available to the sibling page. So this one, SvelteKit automatically type to know that it has a super validated form here. And we're gonna create a new component, I suppose, for this one. I think that's the play. The play is that we'll have a create live stream form svelte. And then in our profile, you'll see that we have the details form. We pass the form data there. So we'll do a similar thing here. Pass the data. Doesn't take data yet, but it will. We can say like hello from the form to see that we're actually rendering it. And details form. Wow. So that's the thing with like super forms. You see like all of this and you're like, dear Lord, that's a lot of code. But if you build up to this, then it's going to be fine. So lots of these things we're not going to need actually for this component. Let's copy everything. Why not? Let's not pretend we are copy pasting today. We won't need a toast because we're going to be redirected to the form, to the new live stream we've created. We will need these things. We'll need the SOT client. We may need a spinner. The warnings. So this is a new one. I hope that they resolve this. In the latest update, the binding property non-reactive, it's because we're using Svelte 5 and some libraries are still mostly made to be used in Svelte 4, and therefore they're doing something that Svelte 5 with runes doesn't like trying to bind a non-reactive property, a property that they haven't explicitly declared with bindable. So that's a bit of a problem that has showed up in the past few days. But it's the only one I have now, and you know, the problem is it doesn't say this is the component that causes it, which is not great, but not that many. Not that many issues. And functionality-wise, I have the end-to-end tests, and they seem to work. So I'm not worried, at least. Right. So the form schema is going to be actually the live stream schema. Calling it form schema makes it easier to copy paste to other components. On update, it will do nothing because we'll actually be redirected. You're faking to your client size number. Does it show in production? If it shows in production, then you have a problem. I guess it shouldn't, right? So in production, they shouldn't see any warnings or anything like that. If you build for production. If you have warnings in production, you should do your best to resolve them. It may be something legit there. Lots of these methods are to help you deal with like deprecated code or code that is going to be legacy or deprecated in the future. So when you are in development, they show up, but if you build for production, they shouldn't show up. If it actually shows up in the production build, then it may be serious. So have a look into that one. Have a look into that. So no need to say anything about resetting the form because we're going to get redirected. And then the form is just going to have a title. And it can be it can have like, should we have instructions like match the thumbnails with just a title? I don't know what the UX for this should be. I guess YouTube has this title without descriptions. doesn't really matter. And the input here is we're gonna bind the title. So you can see that the schema validation is giving us something in that it knows that form data actually has a title, that you don't have a field here that's named like name or ID or anything like that. It knows that the available things for name in this one is title, because we only have the title input. We should only have the title input. What's a title that I usually do? Like I never do like the clickbait. Dead, like that. I'd never say it like that. Did I get demon unlived? I want like the angry snort emoji. Anyway, jokes aside, I think that's all we need. I love React. React is awesome. But a YouTube title, like you never say anything good in a YouTube title. I think I'm the only one that does this. You need to generate controversy and be like, oh, you can't believe how React kicked my dog. It could be. But Svelte, as I've mentioned before, was such a breath of fresh air from React after doing React for so long. And needing to think in a few different ways with React because they refactor heavily. I was in there with the class components before the functional components, before the hook, so many ways to do change, so many things to manage your state. And then you do Svelte, and I was like, this is it. I want to teach this more and get into this more because I want more people to be using Svelte. That's for sure. That's for sure. But yeah, YouTube title would be React kicked my dog. I can't believe it. It's something outrageous. It's not that bad. Bad to dogs, not confirmed. Fake news. Right, so the moment I start typing here, the button gets made active. It's waiting for this, for the form to be tainted, as we say. That means that there is an update. And you could also make it disabled until you have like a valid form, but I don't like that UI pattern. And I think there is a limit to the characters on YouTube, actually. Is it 100? So that'd be cool to have in the schema. So let's say min like 3, max 100, maybe correct. And something cool that maybe we haven't shown is that browsers do have like native validation for this. And this works because we have JavaScript, but if JavaScript was disabled, it won't actually be working. So we can pass the constraints into this input field. Because Superforms does have the constraints store. And in here, we can actually spread from the store title. Hot reload didn't quite work. So if we do this trick with the constraints, then it will actually pass in any relevant HTML constraints you can add. So even without JavaScript, it's gonna work. For description, it's 250 in YouTube, but that's definitely not correct. I think it's more like 5,000. If you check my description, it has like a million things in there. It's the story of my life. It's so many things. But maybe they mean something else by description. But yeah, with the constraints, you can see that it actually passed into the HTML the things that you need for vanilla, not JavaScript validation. So the min length and the max length here, which is neat. But as far as the UI is concerned, like the Superforms is gonna do its own thing. It's not gonna give you the vanilla browser UI unless you do something else. Unless you specify this. So still client-side, but if we weren't using JavaScript, you would go into the browser-based validation UI saying this needs to be longer or this needs to be shorter, which is good. Following the standards is good. Right, so we have this. If we create a bigger title here, then we will be able to submit. And what is going to happen? It's going to happen, nothing is going to happen. But since this is the create page, we can just hit the create action, the default action for the create operation. This one is going to have, I think, oh, no worries. That 250 must be something related to something, but what could it be? Description, I do think it's 5,000, but it's definitely a lot. It's definitely a lot. So to handle forms in SvelteKit, you need to export an actions object. If you only have one action in the page, it's probably a good idea to just have the default action. If you have multiple forms in the page, you cannot have just default action to everything. You will need named actions. And if you have named actions, you cannot use the default action. And in here, we have a few things that we're going to steal again from the other page. So we have the update action here. Let's just copy everything. Just copy everything. So we're going to get the request, and eventually we're going to get the locals because we're going to persist stuff in the database. We're going to validate the form with the live stream schema. We are going to double check that we have a user ID. Only users should be able to do this. Return a fail if we don't have a user ID. Return a fail if the form is not valid. Somehow, maybe the user was being a bit naughty and malicious and messed things with JavaScript, disabled JavaScript. Who knows what they did? Something that made it bypass our client-side validation. You should always validate on the server as well. And then, so great question by video. Do I prefer default async or async default? I definitely prefer this, the shorthand assignment of functions in objects, but I'm not sure between, like, I do prefer fat arrows for everything, so I'm not sure if I should be doing this. So this one, I'm not sure if I like it more than this. I think this is less confusing to people now because people would be like, what is this? Like shorthand assignment with objects? I don't know. I just want the least confusing thing. But this would be my least preferred one. Which is what the shorthand for this is anyway. Or this anonymous function. So not sure between this one and this one, but I'll go for this one for now. What's the difference between passing event versus request? Yeah, it works the same. You can just pass in the event and sorry. So you can pass in the whole event. So all these actions get an event object here, and you can pass in the event. But I like destructuring, so in order to destructure, I cannot use the whole event. And what it really wants is just this request object. So it's a small thing, like to pass the event, you'd need to do this, but then you'd need to do like event.locals. Which I don't like. I like the destructuring. I like seeing what you're actually using here. So that's the thing. That's why I'm not passing the event, but it works the same. Super validate is doing the thing where it's checking, did they give me the event object or did they give me the request object? If they given the event, it's going to find the request itself. If given straight the request, then it's just going to use it. That's the reason. So in the end, we're not going to return a message. I guess we're going to redirect in the end. And I don't think Superforms actually has like something special for redirects. Redirect doesn't say anything. So we're gonna do it. We're gonna redirect to live stream and then put the ID here, which is not this. And I guess it's gonna be 307. And that may be it. But in the meantime, we need to use this data to actually create a new live stream is the problem. So let's go to our interface and say that we actually want to have one where we create a live stream. And then I guess now we just have the title, but doesn't really matter. And I don't think we'll have like the thumbnail just now. We will have created that. And this, let's just say that, yeah, just takes a title, it's a string, and returns the whole live stream. Sure. Why not? But now our implementation is going to be like, you haven't implemented this, wise guy. So you need to create, and you'll notice in this one, to keep you on your toes, I am doing the other way, because this, like the fat arrow, will also bind this, which may be a problem in some contexts. That's why I like the fat arrow. So I'm not sure, I'm second guessing myself. But this should be returning a live stream. And in here, we want to do some Drizzle database operations to actually create the live stream. Which we cannot do because we don't have a live stream schema. So let's see in the chat, did I have anything else here? Oof, so we did both of them. Let's get in here. Use Slack or do all in a singular. Is it recommended to split the URL than doing everything in a single route, like a mobile app experience, like spamming optimistic updates? Use Slack or just do it all in a single route? I think separating into routes is an easy way to have separated concerns and more understandable code. So I would do it differently. I would do the separate Slack route. And as always, it depends. So the only schema that we have is our auth schema. Drizzle works with schemas, which creates like the user object and then the sessions, which are attached to users, then the providers to users. You can only log in with Google here, but maybe we'll do like GitHub or anything else in the future. In the other examples that I took this from, we are doing this all the time with Google, GitHub, and Twitch recently, and Magic Links, which is where we need the verification codes. And I was like, if like the starting like this, even though it's more complex, if we want to add it later, it's gonna be easier. So that's the only schema that we have, and we want a live streams schema. And the live streams, are they gonna look probably gonna look like sessions, to be honest. Because they're also gonna be attached to a user. So bring this in. The ID field is actually going to be a UUID. Bring this in from Drizzle. They're going to be attached to a user ID. Great. Bring in the users table. When you delete the user, delete all their live streams. Doesn't have an expires at, but it should have created that. I have not created that here. Oh no. Oh no. There is a way to make this be a date object, which I think is with integers. So let's have a look. Drizzle column types for SQLite date. Can we have the GitHub repo for learning? All of them are on the GitHub. Most of them are on the Zonify project, which is under my subscription service paywall. Sorry, but 21 people other than me are there and happy, which is nice. So yeah, all of this, like all of the examples, all the code we're doing, like more than happy to share. But of course, I saw it on the live streams as well, so you can follow along. But you know, if you don't want to follow along and you just want to git clone and create your own thing based off one of the starters, like feel free to do so. That's the point. Right. So date with integer columns. Now I was gonna actually use it to refer to a place, like on which app do I actually use Drizzle, and have created that. It maybe which one will be trivia train. Sounds likely. There you go. Created that. Defaults to date. It's an indicator with the mode of times. That's what we need. So question by Mike, I guess, can you aggregate JSON columns? I think you can, but not sure. Would be here. Not sure. I think you can. I think you will need throw SQL to say, look into this column, into this property, and then start adding things up. But I think you can do it in SQL and not need to get the records out and then do it in JavaScript code. Right, so ID, user ID, created that. Great. We also want a title. Not null, doesn't need to be unique. The ID is going to be unique ID. This user ID doesn't need to be unique, created that. It's going to be fine. And yeah, no extra indexes, indices, nothing. So we have this. We will need to generate a migration at some point. But until then, we can do this db insert into which table. It's a new live streams table. And then you do values and the value that you want, and all we'll have it's the title not correct. Insert this, values this, great. Else we may be missing. And I do want to be returning stuff as well. That's for sure. db insert into the table dot values. Insert into the table dot values. Is this the correct one? It is. Did I name something wrong? So this one, the user ID, of course. There you go. TypeScript saves me once again. So this should get the title and the user ID. Should it be different? Probably not. There you go. So in here, every live stream is actually tied to a user ID. Importantly. Cool. So I was like, what's the problem? Problem is you need this, Johnny. TypeScript is right, once again. Right, but we want to return the live stream. We could just return the ID, maybe. Maybe. Let's just return the ID. I think that's better. So returns a string. So we can specify return ID, the live stream table dot ID. This one, what we want. And we're gonna get the ID out of this. If we wait, I think this structure like this, it's gonna be an array no matter what. Can we do anything to make this like be single? No handy ways here. We can double check the returning. This is what we want. Good. We could return everything here, but I was thinking we don't need to. Right. So just return the ID, and then this would be happy. And then in here in our server action, we can say const ID from the locals live stream repo. Are we using locals here? Yeah, for the user. Create. Here's the title. Here's the user ID. And the title is gonna be form data. Guess we don't need structure, do we? Maybe. Form data. And now we have the ID. We'll put it here. And let's see, maybe that's what we needed, and we'll get perfectly redirected into the live stream. But I don't have a real implementation for fetching the live stream for the live stream routes, which we did last time. So let's have a look at how that would work. If you can't find it, you get the 404, which is not great. This one, what's this about? Trying to help, it's not helping. Yeah, we can start the live stream here. What we need is to implement when we find something by ID. We can just do this db. Can you return a single actually? no handy method for this. Oh well. So the live stream is going to be await this TB from live streams, select everything. Maths, that's not a real thing. Where you put in the conditions must be aware, right? Yeah. Where Copilot's just making things up equals helper live streams ID equals ID, and the from select, you specify you're doing a select. Kinda looks like how you'd write SQL, but not quite. And you can specify subfields here if you'd like. All right, so you get the live stream and then you return it. And then you're happy. And this may be null if you didn't find anything. Just in case, we can say limit 1 here. Good. And in the interface, we can actually correct this. Created at now is date. That we're not doing PocketBase and we're doing Drizzle. SQLite via Drizzle. So now it's going to be happy. Great. And I think this means that we can prove whether this works. It's not going to work because we haven't done the migrations yet. Well. I have a few handy scripts to create migrations and then run them. So let's generate migrations. Let's go into, we're in a monorepo, and here at web, we can do PNPM. I also switched from Bun to PNPM just because Svelte and SvelteKit were having issues and PocketBase was having issues. And when those things happen, I'm like, let's reduce the things that may be a bit too hipster and too likely to cause complications. So I went to dependable PNPM. Abort. So did I forget to rename this live streams thing? Schema. Whoops. Big blunder there. Harder. All right, so now let's double check the migration created. Not null, not null, not null. And non-delete cascade. Looks fine to me. So if we run this migration locally with db migrate, great, run against localhost. Having done all of that, I think this will just work. So let's try it out. Great, did it. We even transitioned into there. Amazing. And this is not actually fetching them because I also didn't implement that part. The list. I guess it's gonna be something like this. But no where clause, no limit. Maybe the created at needed an index, didn't it? Oh well. Oh well. And how do you actually do the grouping? order by this column. They're not doing descent. Yeah, you wrap it against, you wrap the column in a desk is how you actually do it. With the desk helper method that Drizzle provides. This one. So that wants to make it work, and indeed we have this, but we don't have thumbnail for now. So in here, no more of this. No more of this. Just a little anchor that also gets you there where you got with the create operation. But could select like create your first live stream. Let's say. Maybe here. The outline button less important than if you have none. If you have none, then it's more important. It's my argument. It's more important to create your first one. Cool, and we can go to the form. Misclicked. We can go to the form and we can create as many new ones as we want. It's newer. There you go. Should be more obvious when the title changes. Right, yeah, but the UI is not that important. I would love for that created at to be indexed. That's not the end of the word. Not the end of the word. How do you do it? I guess in that example we had a look. I'm sure I'm indexing on something, so I could do this. And just for me to remember to run it next time. The thing with SQLite, I do think it's hard to add indexes, indices after the fact. Unfortunately. Right, so this, the second parameter can be this. Do I need to pass in a name? Usually you can do like a unique ID here. Probably a good idea. Since we're also doing this. To ensure that this is a unique name. But yeah, I will like reset the DB later. What we really want to do now would be, we did a little route, the event source in overview. So we've done this, we've done this, we've done this, we've done this, kind of done this. Event source in overview. We've talked about this in the previous live stream, but I'll do a quick one once again. So, event sourcing, fellas. Usually in the live streams and everything we've shown, we do CRUD operations. So you create a new live stream, you add it here, the title, and it mutates the database. There's a new record there. If you want to update it, then you go into the detail view usually, and you have like an edit form, and then you can update the title and you do a classic update operation. and a mutation. But then what happens to the old title that you just updated? It gets lost forever. And then your PM is asking you, like, I want to find out how many times people updated the title of their live streams, and you have no answer. And you'll need to add some new code, like some analytics code or whatever you're gonna do, a technical implementation to start tracking from now, from when you deliver this feature, and forevermore, how many times they change the title. But with event sourcing, instead of doing direct mutations, you're only capturing events. So user created live stream, user updated live stream, and in that you have the payload information to keep constructing the final object that you see, that the final snapshot that you see. So if they've updated the title 10 times, you'll have 10 update title events or update live stream events, and you can see all of them, what they updated to, if they switched back to something before. And therefore, you can answer your PM, oh, this user for this live stream, they did it 10 times, then they did it twice for this one, they didn't do it at all on that one. So you have, by capturing all of those events and event sourcing, you do have the possibility to answer questions that your PM didn't think to ask for, and deliver some functionality that your PM or you didn't think to ask for when you were architecting how this is gonna play out. Event sourcing is more complex because sometimes you just want to see what's the title now. Like most of the time, this is what you want. I want to see what this live stream title is. I have my to-do list. I want to see what my current to-do list is, and is this done? Is this not done? That's all I care about. I don't care. I toggled it back, I toggled it back on again, and I kept flipping around with this particular item. Most of the time, you don't want to know. You just want to know, is this done? Do I have something more to do? And building up that final snapshot with event sourcing is more complicated than just having our own database that says this thing has 5 items, they have a label and a status, and this is done, this is done, this is not done, this is not done, this is not done. But again, with that handiness, for most of the time comes the limitation of you can't know the things that you didn't know you knew or you wanted to know. And we're gonna try it to do our agenda items here and see how we do. My thinking is that being able to do it like that will make it easier to have good YouTube timestamps afterward. Because at YouTube, the YouTube timestamps, you don't care whether we actually went through an agenda item or not. You care about when you actually finished this item or when you started another one. And you may care about renaming an agenda item or not. That's why I think storing as much information as possible, which is usually what happens when you're event sourcing, is the play here. And that's why we're going to do it. So, where are we actually gonna see this? Do I need like a back button as well? Maybe, because I do get a bit lost here. So in here, there is gonna be like an agenda. Let me write it up here. So in an individual live stream, let's have like a section title. It says agenda, and this is the thing that we'll be working with. Interesting. Not a real thing. Not using class names correctly. Pass-in helper, use it, pass in all of these, override if needed. It doesn't need to be template literal. Now it's white. Great. Cool. So in here is where I want to be able to create and then toggle the agenda items. We're getting there. And still in the live stream schema, I guess I will want to call this agenda events. Could be just agenda events like this. Each event can have an ID, doesn't really matter. It will be tied to a live stream. And if that gets next, then delete everything. It's not going to have a title. It could have a created at, or it could be in the payload information, like a timestamp. And I definitely want the index here, for sure. For sure. Oh, and here you go. That's why this is important, appending this, because it would conflict with this one. But what I really want is a payload field, which is going to be a JSON object. What's really in SQLite is a text field that they cleverly make it like automatically parse as JSON. And the payload, it's always going to have the event type for sure. And then anything more, data. Could be null, could be anything. Another payload. Also, the type could be like extrapolated here into its own column. But for now, for this event sourcing, I think we'll just keep it on the payload. And data is any record of strings to unknown. Maybe it's not even there. And the agenda event payload is this. So if we have this, I should be able to send a create agenda item event, attach it to a live stream, and guess all the agenda events will always be attached to a live stream. I'm saying it's live stream ID could be part of the payload as well, but I think it is gonna make my life easier if they are attached to a live stream. And I think that's it. Let's go to the interface. What else do I have in the agenda here? For creating agenda items. I'm not gonna run it. We've kind of created the schema, but we may toggle it yet. Tweak it yet, so I'm not gonna create the migration. But let's have some UI here for what's gonna happen when I click the add agenda item button. This one I may not use superforms. We'll see. I think, let's see, what will the interface be doing? I guess on this one, I could have like an agenda repo interface, but I'll just nest it inside here. New agenda item may just take the livestream ID and then return nothing. Eventually return nothing. And we'll see how we derive that we need to actually show the agenda items here. I guess they could take a simple text like to do this. That's probably not what they want. Maybe the order, or will they automatically be last? For now, let's just have it take the live stream ID. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. What will the implementation be doing? The TB implementation yes, for consistency, let's call it create agenda item. And we'll want this will return nothing. We just return this. Let's see if it complains. We want to insert into the agenda events table. Bring that in. It's gonna have a live stream ID. Great. It's gonna have a payload and the type. I guess we could have the types be something explicit, like the actually available event types. So is the type an enum? Maybe. It can be new, create. Now it's happy. And that's it. That should do something. Anything else in the live streams in the agenda events table? The ID is going to be automatic. Live stream ID we give. The payload we give. This one doesn't have data, for example. There you go. It could have like the initial value or something, but it doesn't matter. And created at is also going to be automatic. So when do we want this to happen? We'd want to click a button in the UI. Oh, Copilot. Didn't like what I was doing. Right, return null. Great. And in here, could have a button. What is it trying to do? No one knows. No one knows. Should it be inside its own form? Yes. But it won't take anything. You just click it and it does it. I'm not sure about that. But maybe we'll have like placeholders or something. Just talking around myself. It's never gonna be taken, that it's just like a button. So yeah, let's just make a little form here. That just has a form button, maybe. There you go. And whoa. And this should be method post. It's a mutating form, and the action should be new adjacent item or just new. It's cool. Create adjacent item. Why not? Be consistent. The moment you submit, the moment you click, it should create a new one. Let's see. So once again, maybe let's copy what we're doing here. Actions object. We don't need to validate anything, but we do need to call this create adjacent item. Not validate, we can validate that we have a user ID, even though we're not going to use a user ID. We don't have super forms, interestingly enough, here. So that's interesting. So do we redirect them to login? Actually, sure. No need to check whether the form is valid. Just click off button. No need for this. No need for a redirect. No need for anything. Maybe we will enhance this form. We'll see. Maybe not. Maybe we'll just do the vanilla enhance. SvelteKit enhance. And here we're not gonna do this, but we're gonna await. So we don't need this. The livestream ID. It's not in locals, of course. It's in the params. We have the ID here. Great. So just pass this in. And we're golden. Hitting the button will create the event, but we're not going to see anything because we're not using, we're not fetching the events here, the agent items here. So we'll need to derive that. We'll need to derive that. And how would we derive that? Let's switch to So my claim is the moment I hit this button, it's going to create an agenda event in the database, but then visually nothing will happen because it will just create this in the database and that's it. But we need to be able to take all the events, all the agenda events that have been created and derive that we have these many agenda items, they have these names, or whatever it is. They are like toggled, not toggled. We need to start deriving the functionality there. So the first step would be actually getting all these events for this specific live stream, but also reducing them into the latest state, that these millions of events or like hundreds of events means that you have these 6 agenda items with these states toggled or not toggled. And that is a bit confusing to me. So we may need to do some unit testing actually. So here, where we get the specific live stream, we may want to get also every event that exists, but reduce all the agenda events into agenda items. Let's see how would that look. Agenda item, it has a label, and it has a status. Or is done. Should it be a boolean or should it be like something else? Let's say it's this. So now what I return with find, I want it to be like a live stream like this, but that also has the agenda items. Agenda is going to be an array of agenda items. Great. But now this should not be happy. This find thing. The moment I say that find should return this. So now this is not happy, and let's have another look at group with Drizzle. Not that thrilled about group. Guess we're only getting the one. We do want a join. Left join or whatever. No more limits. And this is going to be live streams and events actually. A classic problem. Agenda events where live streams ID equals agenda events live stream ID. And then this is going to be something that by default is either going to have the live stream itself and each one is going to have the agenda event. Okay, so I actually want all of these things. The ID from the live stream, the title of the live stream, the user ID of the live stream. Do I need this? Maybe not. Like it's you, but let's have it. And the agenda event here, and all I care about on the agenda event is the payload. But I also want to order it by created end. And this one should actually be sending. And the send event, I guess it's just going to be the JSON thing. I don't really need the timestamp anymore. So I think it's fine. But then, this is going to be an array of objects that are like this. So I'll need to reduce them. Kind of like this. I want to reduce them into a live stream of agenda events. And I can just take out the agenda event. And say, I guess it can start, like the first result should have the whole live stream itself, I suppose. Every result will have this information repeated, which is not ideal, but hey. And here I can just say if no results length, I can just return null and avoid all of this funny business. Cool. And now having all of these events, actually I can say that the live stream is going to be this. And then for this thing, the agenda is going to be results map, get the agenda event and see what's happening. So not actually map, I am going to reduce this. But that's for demo purposes. Let's do this for now. Let's kind of do this now. So start with an empty array, and then we return the accumulator actually, but accumulator plus this object for everyone. This, of course, is going to be agenda item array. And just for we can say that if the agenda event type is not create, just return the accumulator. So for every create event, we have pushed this explicitly. For every create event we have created, then we push this, but we always return the accumulator. So that should result into something, I think. All right, so that's happier now. I think it's gonna work. So I'm gonna run the migration, create the migration. Let's see what we get. It may complain about the other thing. Oh, I don't think that's what we meant. Wow. The name of this is insane. So instead of running this method, how did that happen? How did that happen? Instead of running this method, I just said put this method in there. Whoops. Bad form on my part. Let's forget this ever happened. Don't forget, let's remember to also remove it from the snapshot and the journal. Yeah, this one didn't happen. Try again. Incinerate migrations. Let's see what we got this time. Dump luck man. All right, there you go. Random indexes. And it's gonna add them. It's gonna create the agenda events. Oh, this one must not be null for sure. Created at not null foreign key on this. Great. So creating indexes, indices, it seems to be fine. Actually, it's creating foreign key relationships that is hard with SQLite. Is third time the charm. Send events, they have ID, they have a live stream ID, they have a payload, always created that. Great. Looks legit to me. Let's run these migrations. And now we are able to fetch this. And I claim that when I press this button, it is gonna create the event. Which means we're gonna see a new agenda item there. Let's go through it once again. We are in the livestream ID route. We have this button wrapped inside the form, what's gonna hit a named form action, create agenda item, which is this one. This one is gonna check whether you're logged in. If not, then it's gonna redirect you're logged in, sorry. But if you are, we're gonna get you to create a livestream repo agenda item. It's gonna create this one, insert into the new agenda events table for this livestream ID, this payload type create. And now the way we're fetching a single livestream means that we're selecting from the livestreams table as before, but we're also joining on the agenda events table to fetch every related agenda event. And now we're sitting to return unsent items by just saying, has there been, like, are there any create events in here? And if so, just push like the index and that they're not done and return it. So what I expect is I click this and let's go to the UI here and say, actually, if don't print this one. The live stream and sender length, then iterate through them. But why doesn't this know what we're getting here? So live stream method center, great. What does the live stream method center look like? They have an unsender key here, so it knows. Great. So well, list items. Let's have like an input type checkbox, and the check is gonna be each of these guys as label. We're gonna make this a bit nicer soon, but for now I think that may be enough. I suspect I click this button and we get like a checkbox and a one, untoggle checkbox and a one. Let's see. Good luck to us. Nailed it. Classic zero indexing got me after all these years, after all this time. So we can keep adding events there and creating new items. Great. We actually want to be able to update this state, because if I refresh, then we never capture this event. And I cannot edit the titles here. So that's a breakthrough for now. But we can do more. But pretty cool, I would say. So let's see what I was planning to do and what I will actually do. Toggling later, then removing. So that's going to be very interesting. We'll need to establish some TDD. Unit tests for deriving that in the snapshot. We'll do that later. For now, let's Satsien checkbox, a bit of a breather. I know this part didn't take us too long. Do we have checkboxes already? Yeah. Good. Let's do our Satsien interlude. So how do they use the checkboxes here? Plonk, plonk. Good. Yeah, in a form like this. Sure. Wow. Super complicated. Well, not super complicated, but would I be binding that sect value? Probably not. Oh, this actually looks very nice. I think I just want like this style, regular one. Maybe we'll use snippets. And what else? This is going to be the label. And do I really need like these IDs? Probably not. Can I not style it like this? Oof, I think I did this for the checkboxes, Cloudflare checkboxes thing that we had. Interestingly enough, that's why it's huge. Never gonna be disabled. Maybe this needs nothing as well. This needs something. And this maybe does need something like this. Little style interlude. Nice. Nice. And should I dare write a snippet for this? Maybe. No one cares. Let me know if you care. I'll turn this into a snippet. So one of the things we'd want to do is to also have like a description and to be able to ask AI according to the agenda items to create a description, suggest a description for us, which was a recommendation from the chat last time. That's something we could be doing later. But anything else, like UI-wise, that I may want? Maybe I want the text to be a bit better, bigger. I think that's fine. And I press this, still works, you get a new one. All good, all fine and dandy. Great. So event sourcing is working for us. Let's move on to unit tests. So we can click new item. Well, we can toggle things around, but that's fake. Every time we refresh, it will go back to untoggled. And we can click on new item, and it is actually gonna create a new item. But we're kind of faking how we are mapping, reducing the agenda events into checkboxes. We'll need a more robust solution, and that's why we're gonna establish some TDD here. Now I'm thinking that how will I ever update these titles? I don't want these to be the labels, the checkboxes, actually, because when I click here, I don't want this to toggle, interestingly enough. So yeah, let's figure that out later. When I click here, I want this to be its own input and fire an event to rename it. But we want to do the toggle first, so we'll come to that. But what I'm saying is that we have this logic here, which reduces all the events, all the agenda events, which may be null. And if it encounters a create event, then it just pushes something that has like no label here. The label is the index, and then says that it's done. And if I were to say true, everything will be checked. But we want to actually account for all the events that exist and actually say, oh, go back to this one and say that this is done or this isn't done. And for that, it would help us if we had a method we could test, because there is like too much functionality. So the event sourcing method reduce agenda events to agenda, which is going to take agenda events, which I guess I could infer actually. Let's see, in this schema, we're doing no inferring, but in the old schema, we're doing some. So let's do that again. So select live stream. It's like this. And we may want that send event here. And because I'm gonna use this. Let's say that the event, I could call it a send event, whatever. Is this, but maybe all we care about is like the ID and the payload, and we trust that they are in order. If they're not in order, we're in trouble. We're in trouble actually. And let's try the test for this. This could be like a static method as well. We'll see. We'll think about it. But it could also be on its own file. So let's just put it on its own file. Maybe it won't need even to be protected by the server. We may use it in other places. So what did I call it? Yes, this, called it this. Get this in, great. Test for this. Do I have any other tests? I have this example test that I don't need anymore. Delete it and paste it here. And maybe have it run it in the terminal. Focus, find. So let's go into our apps web directory and pnpm test unit. Let's go run the vitess test. Great, we're here. And the agenda is going to be running this method, reduce agenda events to agenda. But this one is going to take an array of these things. This is like the agenda events. It's going to be an array of these things. So give it this. And let's say that the first thing we want is agenda, no events. Agenda to equal the empty array which is not true. Great. And we can implement, let's just return an empty array for now. TDD, there you go. Silly implementations to start with. But it creates an agenda event. It returns as many agenda items as there are create events. So const events, this should be agenda event. I think we're just passing the payload here. I think, yeah, this is the payload. This is the payload, great. So this should be an array that has like one type create event, events A, and A, events A, and then center A. We want it to have length of 1, which is not gonna work. And just quickly, oh, this is what it actually wants, isn't it? It's an event payload array. Doesn't have ID and something says this. Actually, we didn't need this. Whoops. And just keep going, we can say the E, 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 and we can have like 3 events here, 5, whatever. And we expect this to be 5, but even the first one fails, and I guess we can do whatever we're doing here. And what I plan to do is to pass this reduce to or pass the results really. It is something that has agenda events, actually. I could take out the agenda events, really, but then that's like doing 2 loops. Can I just pass it, the results? No, because the results have everything keyed to agenda event. But then maybe if I name it this, and then here the events is going to be empty array, and then the events is going to be events A or B. This still fails because what I need to do is say and send events, send the item array. An array of these guys. Yeah. Results. Rows. Let's call it rows. That's better. And then this one. I think that would be fine, actually. But let's see. In the test, I want to pass this. And if I were in the implementation to do the crazy reduce, it's in the event. Okay, so that's better. That's better now here, maybe. The mapping is a bit weird here. So each row, it's like the row, is the result, should have an agenda event which has the agenda event payload, which is fine. But what's the problem here? Yeah, but this is like empty object, isn't it? And this is an array. I can still pass this an empty array. Great, cool. And in here, this is an array again. Actually, do I want to map everything to agenda event? I don't like this. Too confusing, too unreadable. Let's go back. Just want to pass the events here. So I'm afraid that I will need to manually group them. So here, where were we before? We're here, an array of these guys. Great. I think that looks awesome. Let's see how it works here. Let's look at the reduce. Yeah, that's what I want to get here. An array of incident payloads, and here I want to do a crazy reduce from all the agenda events. This one has a type always and has a payload sometimes. Data, actually. So we're not going to use that yet. If the type is create, then we want to push the accumulator, bring this in, create, and this indeed, once again, it's going to return unsent items. Great. And these tests pass, which is good. How would we actually use it in the live streams repo here? Unfortunately, I guess the agenda events is going to be a crazy reduce. Well, not that crazy. So let's say reduce. And let's say that this reduce starts as an empty array. then we can say if this is the accumulator, if at end event, posit, return the accumulator, live happily ever after. And in here, we can say that actually we want to reduce this into end event payloads. So now this is those now. Live stream db at end events. It goes like this. Great. And then in here we want to pass db at end events. All right, so we're back to this expression. Great. We can create new ones. It will render them. Amazing. Now what we want to do next? We want to be able to toggle them. So let's say that we're here. And let's imagine that we have a different type of event. Toggle. We don't need like a check or uncheck dedicated events. Let's just say toggle. And the toggle event specifically I factor this event type. Can I say that actually when this is the create event and it has no data, but when it's the toggle event, then it does have an index. Great, as its data. I agree. And that's it. I think so. So we can push this and maybe return switch case. Switch on the type. Case create push. All right, now we're did it in and break. Default case, just break. Test still pass. Cool. What do we want? We want to say unfortunately they all kind of build on one another. Maybe if we had like a start state, that would be interesting. Oh well. Let's just do the one have a type create, and we have a type toggle, which has data index 0. And let's enter A. We want the first item. The first item is done to be true. So that's not gonna work. Not a real thing? Guess not. All right, this is a real thing. Cool. Getting there. We're cooking. Just to avoid confusion, let's delete this. Let's implement. So, case toggle index is done. Mutate this in place. It's fine. We just created this accumulator. It's fine to mutate it. If anyone tells you otherwise, they don't know what they're doing, what they're talking about. Did the implementation actually work? If the answer is no. Where is this index? Come on. Come on. That's not the index you're looking for. So close but no cigar. Data is going to have a payload, actually. So switch on the payload type. If it's a toggle, then does this know that payload is going to have data index? The answer is yes. Awesome. And this passes, and this is going to work. Great. Any other tests that we want to do? This is going to work every time. Like the GitHub Copilot has broken our TDD and has went to the more complicated implementation. Well, first went into the wrong implementation, but hey. So just for maximum proof, let's say we have these thingies, and then say I want this to be a random number from 0 to the length. That's it, isn't it? Like not chat. Like I've told off Copilot quite a lot. So it's like that's the solution, and that's it. Gonna like it. Yeah. So more mutations. Push. Using randomness here ensures that we haven't done any hard coding cheekiness. Some people hate randomness, but not me. And this one, we can probably do like a range. Do like 50 items, why not? It should be fast enough. to a random amount of items. Now we're big brain in this. Truly. So still passes. So we're definitely using the correct index here. And we can have like a little story here. Should mutate the array, so actually. C equals, so let's say that events C, events B plus has this event. So let's toggle back event. Great, and it does happen to work. What's the problem? Events B is fine. Why is this not fine? Is it because I haven't explicitly said this? I guess the answer is yes. All right, so if GitHub Copilot wasn't sitting to do like the toggle, like this test would have failed, right? It just did true and then did the toggle functionality, this would have failed. Good, so toggling should work now. All we need to do is on click to hit that, that event. All we need to do, not much. So let's look at our interface. Toggle at some item for a specific live stream. Great. And it must have like an index. Be a number. Right? Yes. Maybe they all have like the live stream ID as the first parameter, and then they kind of have a payload. Let's do this for now. So did it return its latest state? Probably not. That's nothing. And this thing is going to be similar. Toggle as an item. It's an index string. Index number, obviously. And it just inserts events. Like we're not updating anything. We're never updating anything. We're event sourcing. So a toggle event and data is going to be index. And can we put in like anything here? Ah, great. So the typeset will actually know that the toggle event should not look like this. It should have an index. That's awesome. That's awesome. I was gonna like manually type this, but that's amazing. Cool. When do we call this method? That's a great question. it is going to be another action. So here we have the create agenda item, and I suspect super similar one for toggle agenda item. And if there is a user ID, we do the same thing. Toggle agenda item, but we're gonna need an index. How we're gonna get that one? Should we do like some Zod validation? But then this is the point where we're gonna have like a million forms in the page, and that's probably, it's maybe not ideal. Not sure. And not the end of the word. It's just an optimistic update. Not sure. Not sure. So for the create route, we just pass anything to the request. We pass the whole request to super validate, and it gives us the form. We can validate it. We can, it will coerce like a string to a number. It is going to do like some fun things for us, I guess. We could have the same form, I guess, the same form data every time. And if any one fails, then we do the same thing. Yeah, I'm not sure. What we'd want, is it body? Need to double check this. So we have the actions, blah blah, and the server. The form data, obviously. It's been a while. I've been using Superform too long. Wait, maybe this exists. So this is gonna be like form data, and the index is gonna be this, but like we're not gonna have any fancy validation here, unfortunately. Should we say, well, it will always be a string. Like the min should be 0 and the maximum should be how many items you have, but hey. So actually, if this is not a string, and we can actually return a fail. It's from SvelteKit, yes. But if it is, then we can pass the livestream ID and as an integer here. And base 10, don't forget to do that. Cool. So now, doing that will force the load methods to rerun. So it should toggle them on so long as we submit this action. So how do we do that? And again, visually, like this happens, but if we refresh, we lose the state because this is like kind of an uncontrolled component. So it will update client side, but it doesn't actually cause anything to be created in our database, no mutations. Therefore, in here, let's send items. It's one of these guys. I guess I guess each one of these should be inside the form. Probably. Let's do this for now and we'll figure it out. And the method is gonna be post, and we're gonna be enhancing this. And the action is gonna be toggle and the item. And what we want here, I guess, is the index, isn't it? So when you click this, we actually need to submit the form. We don't even care like how this looks. All we want is when this is clicked, when it changes. So maybe this. We will need a hidden input here. Look at this part. Yeah, sure. Input type hidden, name index, value index. Perfect. And when this changes, we want to submit the form. Find the form, request submit. All good. And this will submit the form. It will have the hidden input with this index, and it will say create the event that toggles this thing. So I think this will work. And because we've been here a while, I will try to milk it and see what happens. We haven't done any labeling either. Kinda important. That is kinda important. So I'm claiming that now when we actually toggle one of these checkboxes, it will submit a form action, and on the backend we will create an event that says toggle, and when we refresh the page, the relevant agenda item is gonna stay toggled. Click, click. Wah, wah. Not quite. Did I find this correctly? Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe not. So are we submitting the form? First question. Is this actually doing anything? Classic console log plugin. So yeah, this is doing nothing. What's this about? Checkbox. Binds this, and it passes everything here. Could it be that the checkbox primitive is not handling like on chains? Maybe. If we did it Svelte 4 style, would it work? It says button element. This is not a button. Is this a button? Behind the scenes? Truly? Name this on click and it's just gonna work. Well, okay, I'll take that. So we can toggle agent items. We create like a million events. Great, they stay. We can untoggle them. Perfect. 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 So this checkbox we're using from SatCN using the checkbox primitive is actually a button, not a checkbox. I guess the thing that you click first. It is a button. It just looks like a checkbox. So interesting, I didn't know that. Maybe the checkbox primitive has something here. Does it have a actually used checkbox property? Ah, they have like an unchecked change. Fair enough. So yeah, read the docs, I guess, is the outcome here. Unchecked change, long, not current target. What does it give me then? The checked value. Come on. Come on. Yeah, so too much work to actually make it work like that. On click. When you click, we do this. Perfect. Works. Move on. Cool. So next in the agenda, removing them. Maybe easy, I guess. Like a delete button. Labeling them feels like the play, but hey, let's do that. Maybe this is gonna be like an easier win. That's good. So I do think I have like a plus sign. So login form. What do I have here? Do have a relative class. Absolutely, maybe that's not what I want. All right. Whoa. Looks decent here. I did this in here because I want something similar in the end. So I wonder. Yeah, so even if I click this, it toggles the checkbox because it's the label. Makes sense. But I don't actually want that to happen. But we'll figure it out later. We have this hidden input here in this form, which is fair enough. I guess at the end of this list item, I want like a minus. Sure. But I want it to be part of a button. And the variant is gonna be just an outline button. It looks huge. I guess size is gonna be icon like that. Good. 3. Guess it looks fine. But now plus flex cool. Wrong place to do it. Here. I'll just flex. That's right the first time. Space between. It's not between. Yeah. Cool. So we have this minus button. Ah, maybe trash. Do I have like a trash can icon? Actually. Bin. What do I have? Icons. Delete, probably delete. Yeah, delete. Okay, let's use that one for now. Doesn't matter that much. When this happens, we want, when we click this, we want this whole item to be removed. Which will change the name of all of them, interestingly enough, but that's fine. We will do the labeling properly later. I guess that's the thing we're missing. Right, so it is gonna be similar to this one. So this button should be inside the form, actually. Delete that sent item, actually. And it also has a hidden input with the index, actually. Great. And when we submit this one, we're gonna go back to the server and do something similar to the toggle sent item, actually. Delete trash. And yeah, delete sent item. It doesn't exist. In our interface, delete. Good. Very similar thing. Delete. We keep inserting events. Ah, but now it's a new event. Delete. Which we know doesn't exist. This is amazing. I love this TypeScript stuff. This TypeScript thing. Pretty good. Do I even need this now? I guess. Maybe not. But it's gonna be like this. I could say that this is like toggle or delete, they're the same. I guess. But now this is happy. Great. It's like, yeah, the type of delete is acceptable. This is not acceptable. This is acceptable. This is amazing. I'm super excited about this. I'm super happy about this. But the question is, I have the form. I've named the action correctly. Surely. Have the hidden input with the index. I have the button. I think this will just work. Yeah. So cool. Can I give this a title? No. Humans will not zero index this, so doing it like this. Cool. So I'm daring to say we're in for a deleting demo. So we've probably done this fast. We've reused all the functionality, all the learnings we had about toggling items here. You can see they're persistent in the database to do this delete thing. So let's see, if I delete this one, then I should only see one checked send item. It's happened again. It's happened again. So what happens when I click? Nothing. That's unfortunate. Oh, That's not good. We forgot to do one thing. Whoops. So now we're in a bad spot. We forgot our tests. We want to say remove the sent items that have had a delete event. Whoops. Whoops, we haven't implemented that part. So the events made it, but now they may be hitting like something different. Whoops. So there's a delete here. When we do this, then we want we'd expect the agenda A to have length 0, right? Which is not true because we've done none of that functionality. So we need to implement. There's another case. So this case, how do we pop it? Oh, it's saying splice there, but that's, if you're gonna mutate the accumulator in place and then it returns the deleted elements, but what happens to the array? I guess it may just work. It's saying that this will never happen because we are handling all the use cases. Fair enough. TypeScript is live, like TypeScript is live, that's another thing. TypeScript is like you've typed this excellently and you've covered all the cases. Surely there is no other thing that will go into the default case. Oh well. So now you can see that just by implementing this worked, I guess. And we somehow made it happen. But it's interesting that the label remains because the label is which event number this is. So that's kind of unexpected and cute. Cool. Cool. But this isn't like the most robust thing, even though TypeScript just made us do it pretty good, pretty well. Refactor this, plonk, and just 5 items. And let's do the same random index thing. That may be enough. We could check whether explicitly that one is deleted. I'm not sure. We'll see. So events be 50 create events, and then we're gonna push a delete event. Let's push a toggle event. Just one. So this depends on the, like if the toggling functionality fails, then this test will fail, even if the delete functionality may be fine. But hey, I think this will give more confidence. It definitely gives more confidence. It's just that it's not as unit of a test for sure, more integration tests. But I like integration tests more. Anyway, so we turn that random agenda item on, checked, and then we want to delete it. And then in the agenda, we expect that none of them are going to be done. So my puppy is dreaming of running, and she's like, yip, 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 and it's so cute. I can't stand it. So I could be doing an every here, but this is gonna break anyway if one of them fails, so it doesn't really matter. But hey, does this return true? Does this return anything? Yeah, just do for each. Easier. Easier. All right, so it passes. If we weren't deleting the only one that we toggled, then this would be failing. So, you know, if this wasn't happening, then the test would be failing. Some extra confidence, but it is tied into the rest of the logic, the toggling logic, to also work. Oh well, fair enough. Cool. So, and of course in real life, this still works. Good. I think somehow we need to do this. So, toggling works, deleting works, adding new items works, but the name of each item is just its index, the index of the event, how many events we had, which is like, is it actually true? So is this 40? Yeah, so it's how many events there have been for this live stream, for how many agenda events, agenda item events, agenda events, we've called them, have there been for this specific live stream. Which is just silly. We want this to have like a title, something you can submit. So something you can edit. So we want this to be an input, is what I'm trying to say and what I'm thinking. But that means we also don't want this to toggle the agenda item. Maybe we do. Like, do we want like an edit mode? I don't think so. This is the question. Like, this is a big checkbox. I like that I made it big. So I can actually hit it here pretty easily. I don't need to actually hit the label. For good accessibility, you want the label to be descriptive and actually be able to hit it. But I think in real life, I want what I'm doing in Notion all the time, which is like I click here, maybe I see a blinking cursor even because it's an editor, and I can just type something and then this gets updated. So I want this to behave as an input field, and if I want to toggle this, then I just click something. Just click the checkbox. This is what I want. But that means, what are we doing with the labels and stuff? So is there any examples here of bad checkboxes that don't have labels? The answer is no, obviously. So well done on them. But I guess they do have the labels side by side anyway. So let's see. Let's say, let's put things in a div. That always fixes things. Put the checkbox in the div. it puts the checkbox in the div, or you get the hose again. Then you have the label, and it kind of looks the same, but I want this to be like SR only. I want this to have nothing, and I want it to be its own input. Great. I think I'm formulating the idea. Like this, I want it to be hidden, right? But not really hidden. I want it to be SR only for screen readers. Because if we are using screen reader for this, then I still want people to be able to use this. So for screen readers, this should be checkbox and then the index, I guess. We've learned recently we don't need the backticks, so you just do this. Guess not. I guess the answer is not. You can use it in different things. Right. So, wait a minute. Perfect. So, and this is going to have this ID. Great. But, so they are tied together, but no one can see it, which is bad. I can have the input be a label, actually. We'll figure it out. Let's start like this and we'll keep going. My thing is that I want an input field in here, right? That's all I want. So another form with the input field here. We're starting with looks. We're starting with looks in this situation. And in here we had an input. Would we want it to look the same? Maybe. Would it have constraints? Would it have attributes? Would we be using SvelteKit forms? Probably not. A lot of questions. This is inside the form anyway, so it's look the same even if they're not inside divs. And again, let's create like a new form here, and it's gonna be retitle, label agenda item, new label. Does that make sense? Maybe. And it will have a hidden input, actually. Thanks for telling me. And we'll be bringing in the form input or the input element, input component. Sure. And none of this, none of this, none of this. And the name is gonna be label, I guess. And I can even say that this is label 4. It's not a real thing. Do I need to specify in the input labeled by? Can I do this in an input element? Okay, labeled by. So instead of doing this hidden one, we can maybe say area labeled by, label index indeed. And this input is going to have label index. So that's going to work the same for screen readers. Our end-to-end test should catch this. And does this need to grow? All right, we're cooking. So now we have all these little mini forms. We can actually, like, all of this is accessible. So that's great. All of this works fine. And the moment we click this, nothing's going to happen. But we do want to say on input, you can do it, Sonny. Yeah, request submit like this. On input, request submit. So the moment we type there, then we're gonna request a submit for this form, which does mean that we'll actually need to debounce this, because then we're gonna have like a million of events happening there. So let's extract this at the very least into its own component. Then the item label form. It is going to be this, use and enhance. From here, it's going to be TypeScript. Get the input in like this, since we have the index elements. And it's going to have props. And index is going to be a number. We're going to type this, get this out, use it. Perfect. So here, give it the index. It's all well and good and beautiful. Indeed. Some things we don't need anymore. Great. And we're doing all of this because we actually want to debounce the submissions. So what are we actually doing here? We want to have a timeout, which is null, null, which is state. That starts with null. And we want this to happen on a timeout, suppose. And clear the existing timeout. and make the timeout be this. It's a bit confused as to whether we're on the browser, but we are. So we can just go through this number. In Node.js, timeouts are timeout objects, a different thing. Node.js timeout, but in browser they're just numbers. And yeah, like half a second, can update this to submit the form. Not too bad. Could be a bit faster, doesn't really matter. And we definitely want to do like keep focus here. And not scroll. This form in particular. Cool. So we'll create this timeout. And we're doing all of this because we want an effect. When the component unmounts, in the end, indeed, we want to clear the timeout. If there is a timeout, we want to clear it. Good. You can actually run this with null and nothing is going to happen. But hey. Cool. So this should be fine. Let's hunt down the stuff that needs to happen. We're going to hit the server. We're going to need a label and send item action. This. Let's ensure it's correct by copy pasting. If there is no user, direct them to log in. Somehow this would never happen. Get. So this could be like one of the forms that would be good to validate with super forms. Actually, do I have any timeouts anywhere else? Not really. Not in this repo. Because I don't want to do the validation myself. Is the problem. Let's see. Maybe we'll try to do it. Let's say label and send item schema. And min is 0 and max is nothing. No one cares. Maybe 500. Maybe I do care. Maybe I kind of care. So it's going to be this. And let's return a label in the item form. Super validate and Zod. And the schema. Not from there, sorry. Label and send item schema. So we're bringing that. And the page component, the swing page component gets it from the server load method. Great. And it can pass it along here. Data. Like this. And we can say, other form do we have? Create live stream form, simpler one. Simpler one is like a million things. Oh well. And So in here, actually, the index is going to be different every time, isn't it? Maybe it doesn't matter. Why am I doing this? Maybe on the front end I don't actually care. Maybe on the front end I don't actually care. So let's not do that. Let's see if we can get away with just doing things on the backend. So on the backend, we can do the classic stuff of this and this. So yeah, don't pass this. Don't need it. And here in the label agenda item, I think it's going to be fine. We'll find out. It's label agenda item schema. So let's do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. What we actually want to do is if the form is invalid, then this happens. But this also needs index, which is an integer positive, just in case. But that means this is going to be quersed for us, which is great. And get the label out. And we can use label agenda item and pass it the new label. Great. Index and label is what we need here. Cool, that may work. Our interface doesn't have this method, so let's keep going. Label and item. And it still returns nothing. And let's go to our DB implementation and say that actually, let's copy this. Label, it's an item. And now we want to insert a new event called label. But that's not a real thing. It needs an index and it needs a label. And it's a livestream ID, which is all well and good. But we need to go to our live streams once again, the schema, and say that, hey, we have another event, have the label event, which looks like this. It has the type of label, has an index, but also has a label string. And then this is going to be fine. It's all going to be great. But finally, we need to actually label things. So it creates events without labels. This should have a value, right? So form, actually, it's in the label form, label. string. And the value should be label. Get this out of the props. Label. Great. So we're happy. So they do start with something, and I can. Oi. Got too happy. What did this do? Who knows? Handle event type. Great. We didn't add crap events. Or did we? We may have. We'll find out. Whoops. Even with the bones. Anyway. It creates events without labels. So kind of like this one, I guess. Maybe it's just gonna be events agenda, and we can do so. Great, because we don't want this to start with the index. We want it to be empty. So let's go to the implementation. So we're doing this now. Create event should just be doing this. Great, that's pass. And we double check that we don't update every event. So it so create one and label data, it's going to be index 0, and label, it's going to be was updated. And after this happens, I guess we'll copy and paste this again. We want this to be true, which is not. So let's implement. And for the case label, will it know? I think so. Nailed it. And we can do the same random thing. So create events, label event. And then we're able to do this. Should pass, great. And maybe just for the fun of it, so then we want to add this. Almost there. So the label of this one should be like and subscribe. Good. It is persisted, so something happened. And I wonder if it's because we've done like the superform thing. I do wonder. But it's not keeping the focus as well. Interestingly enough. Create abstract. Nope. Label. It's not the item label. We are enhancing it. We are doing a request segment. And it is getting delegated. So it should be fine. Always do this, I guess. And these are real things. What else is our problem here? We are doing this and we're not returning the form in the end. That's probably fair enough. We do need to return it every time. But let's see, it could be the thing that we talked about with Mikey at the start, what using IDs in the forms, but I don't want to create like a million forms here. A form for each item. I think that's too complicated. Right. Focus just a bit more. Yeah, this will do nothing. Let's have a look at the keep focus thing. Yeah, you do it in the form. You do it in the form. It is hitting this one. Form. This form. This is the action. It's hitting the correct thing. It is named correctly. But I guess it reloads is the potential problem. Still looks kind of nice. And I can delete this one. Great. But focus is lost. So let's have a look at superforms and IDs. Where do we pass the ID? Would we pass like a million IDs? just pass it here, but it will happen automatically. I guess I will need to return one form for everyone. Let's see if it's gonna work. It'll be a bit crazy. So what I'm proposing here is we don't just have one of these, we have like a million of these. And we need to map the live stream agenda items. And will that have the same ID? Who knows? Let's see. Schema is going to have an index. Is done. Label. We want the label and the index. And how do we give it an ID as the final parameter? So if they had different schema types, it would be fine, but that's not the case. We want to manually say that this form should have an ID of index. Great. And then on the front end, I guess this now just wants the data. It's going to be labels and item forms to index, believe it or not. And in here, timeout logic remains, but create live form. Let's copy all of this. Not that much. So we don't want this, we do want this. Super validated label schema and item schema, right? Fair, bring that in. Label and item schema, bring in super forms, bring in the client. Don't bring in enhance. Is tainted, tainted. Don't worry about it. Delayed. Not gonna use it. Form data we will use shortly. So the value of this is going to be form data index, and the value is going to be binded. We're going to bind this to this label, and yeah, again, this is going to be the index. And now that we've done all these things, not quite. Anything on the server that's happening? Probably not. So the hidden input is this, which is great. It's amazing. Is it true? It doesn't look like it. Is the problem that I'm not passing in this old thing? Looks fine. We will want to pass in the constraints as well. But that's by the by. My problem is that this doesn't seem to be a real thing. And why could that be? Ah, interesting. Interesting. So on the server side, it looks like I should just await this, and then everything's gonna work. Yeah? No? Wait, all of them? Not quite. Ah, not returning this. What a guy. What a guy. Quite. So label as an item forms. This should be doing something. We are returning the super validate for each one. I guess this can be awaited. Let's double check that this is a sync and we return awaited, which I hate. Doesn't matter. This returns a promise. We're doing it correctly. So these things should all be resolved, right? Ah, binding to a non-reactive property, you say? ID number. I didn't pass the index here. It should. Maybe that's a thing. I think it will know. Don't think that's a problem. Where else am I doing bind value? I create live stream. That's exactly how we're doing it. So that's the problem. It's claiming that this is not reactive. It's not true. It's bindable. So what are we doing? We're only doing it here, and that should be reactive. And that should be reactive. And what's the other thing that it's complaining about? Type ID number. And we don't want to reset the form, sure. And here, where else do they use the ID? Nowhere. We should be using it on the backend. I guess that's the idea. So we're kind of doing it. Now they have different schemas, but they're not actually saying it. I think what we forgot to do, well, we've forgotten to do a couple of things. Why does it have ID number? You need to set the ID option. And only forms with matching ID, but we're not giving the ID. That's the problem. This one, it's not giving an ID example, unfortunately. We're passing it here. What's this crazy thing? Index and label. Great. Index and label. Exactly correct. And I guess here they need to get the custom ID, right? Yes. What's this ID number thing? It's not correct. Are we doing something crazy there? Who knows? We'll figure it out. But here, I do think we do need to pass the index number again, because we want to take it out and specify it here. So yeah, does that change anything? Not really. And then, so this is still complaining. How is it passing the data here? Just it's just a different form, isn't it? Creates a login from there. Yeah, just different form. So the slightly different thing we're doing is that on the server, instead of having like two forms, we have a million. Oh, my doggy is here. My doggy is here. Do like a little break. And see that's it. Hi, you ate all your food? My good girl. My good girl. Oh, you're trying to join me? You're gonna get a hug. Ready? Hug. Oh, wow. Good girl. Did you have a good time? Were you a good girl indeed? Do you want to say hi to the chat? Do you want to say anything? She rarely barks or says anything. When she's very playful, she will talk to us. She will say, hey, woof. Anyway, we may be slightly blocked here, so we'll see. Can resolve this. And now all these forms become this. And for some reason, am I passing the ID in the wrong way? I don't think so. Oh, yeah, this clears things up. And there too as well. So the data, the adapter, and the options. And these options can be anything. And there is no example there yet again. They're saying the second parameter can be this after the schema. Set the ID option. Set the ID option. Like, if I just did this, would anything be any better? I think the answer is no. I think the answer is no, unfortunately. Am I passing the option to the wrong thing? Oh, all right. Cool. All right, we're getting somewhere. I'd never have noticed this in a million years, I say. Cool. So now, do we actually need this, or will it magically figure it out? It magically figures it out. We don't need this. Don't need this. Don't need this. This is happy. Great. It works. Cool. It does work, but we do need the option here for on reset on things. Reset form false. False. Right, works beautifully, but it's not respecting the keep focus stuff. That's not great. What's the problem? The label is going to be like this. We're binding the value. We're not getting... we are getting that this is not bindable, even though clearly it is bindable, because this is the input element, and it says value is bindable. There you go. So I'm not sure how it got this. Thing. Any. Not any. Just out of curiosity, if I start it as like string, does it give me the same warning? Yeah. It is reactive, so I'm not sure. Could be something buggy. Why are we losing focus? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. We are doing request submit. We are doing request submit. So it should be fine. We should be sticking with the client-side router. So it should be respecting the magic keep focus thing. Like if I put it here. Nah. So not quite sure. Is there any other way to request submit here? not really. One input, we've done it many times with our search examples. I guess this is the first time we're doing it in like a post example. Maybe. Probably. But not happy with this. So a timeout. Request a submit of the form. Usually when I have trouble with like the focus stuff, it's because I'm not doing what I should be doing, which is request submit, not submit. This one would do the HTML regular router, server-side routing, which we don't want because we want the app to stay in client-side mode so it can keep the focus where it should be. I wonder if there is something with losing track of what the element is. That could be the case. So because we are in like a loop like this, maybe it's losing track of where it should keep the focus. That could be a classic thing, classic React problem thing. So let's see. I thought it worked, but it didn't. And very often it won't have like the same. It will have the same title, so I can't index it by the title. Anything else I can do? Like I am giving it this unique ID, but not sure. I guess if I were to hack it and feel bad, I could find that element and refocus, which would feel potentially bad. Because I think that's the problem, that because we are in a for each loop to do all of these crazy forms, it just loses track of this input element that gets re-rendered or something like this. Especially since it has like this non-binding property, non-reactive value. I don't know what that was about. So let's see. Let's do the disgusting thing. Input element state nothing, and bind this input element, and then input element focus if it exists. You fix it by removing bind this. I just added bind this. I've added it in hoping to fix it. That didn't exist. My dog ate and wants to play. So you heard a rare bark here. Right, so Svelte 5 is kind of weird with this, but let's see if it's gonna work. Didn't bind. And let's reiterate what the problem is. Everything does work, but as I type, the form submits, it is persisted, but it focuses out of it. So that's the problem that I'm trying to solve here, that the focus is not there, even though I do have the data SvelteKit keep focus thing. And I think that this is because it's one of many forms inside a loop that SvelteKit can't quite figure out which one it should keep focus. Maybe like this input gets re-entered and it loses the focus. It's a classic problem that I've had to deal with React, actually. But hey, there is component party. Bind this. Yeah, not TypeScript 5 here, so I'm not sure how to do this, unfortunately. I wouldn't think that you need to do something extra with this. Like the question is, if this were a regular input, would it just work? Let's see. The answer is yes. Would it work without our crazy... oh, on updated we do nothing. So we do nothing actually. So the problem must be something in our input or not. Just dreamt it up, not a real thing. So on updated, let's see, input element focus network. Yeah, so now the binding does work. Great. This is still complaining, which doesn't make sense. Because this is like a vanilla element. But the problem here is that if I use this input, then like how do I delegate binding this? How do I delegate the reference? And I'm not sure. So this does feel like a hack, but so it says we use bind this. Great, but what do we do? How do I type it? In my input, so let's just say that this is bindable. Is that correct? Maybe. Yeah, it's like this is not a real thing. Ref. Is there like a good way to do this? Is there a standard way to do this? Because it feels like this doesn't just work. Like what do I need to do inside component A to actually bind? Yeah, it's a component party too. I think they have an example that is not of interest to us. Ah, they're doing the focus, which is what we want to do, but we want to do it inside another component. This is not a great name for this. So in here, forward the ref like this. Okay, visually the focus works. Kinda. And if I don't do it, even though I did like the forward this thing, nothing will change, I'm sure. Like if I don't do it, then it loses the focus, right? Yeah. Input element. Gonna be like, don't do it like this or whatever. Elm. Great. All right, we won't debug this. Mike says maybe just use regular input. That's sensible. That's the way to do it. So let's recap. We do use the regular input, and we bind this here. We still lose the focus, so we have the focus, but we lose the cursor. This is not a great win. You can't actually type. I don't like it. But I will keep it for now, so none of this binding craziness. I won't do it. I won't do this on update. I just have to fix it. And no need to do this refactor here. No need for this refactor. Works fine so long as you type fast enough. Works fine so long as you type fast enough. So I guess what we could do is make the debouncing a bit more, like every second we submit this. Every 2 seconds. And we're kind of good. So the only thing that remains, fortunately for next time, is to actually do the thing that we always wanted, which is translate all these events and when things are done into timestamps of when you started, like YouTube friendly, that start from 00. And by next time, I will have it ready. Any Tiki console logs left? No? Great. I think these migrations are ready to fly. I am happy with how this works. You can try it out. it doesn't do the proper value thing that we wanted. But I think it's pretty good. It has the Vitesse tests. If you wanted to have a look of how that is useful sometimes. I really like end-to-end integration tests, like end-to-end integration tests. But sometimes even unit or unit test to integration tests with Vitesse are super helpful, especially when you want to iterate fast. We do more, or I do more offline to actually translate this to timestamps, which I think is very likely I will have done by next time. Next time on Sonified Tech. Just a quick look what's happened and used imports that is lint should be grabbing. And then we go to the final demo and move on. And probably push everything to production and see if that's gonna work. Push to prod. YOLO push to prod. And let's see if it's gonna work. So we didn't actually do this, the timestamps. When we do the timestamps, or when I do the timestamps, I can do the cover button. But the things we're gonna do next time, which are gonna be cool, is that one, like just to warm up, we'll bring in the Vercel AI SDK here and talk to ChatGPT, most likely to an LLM, to say, these are the agenda items, generate a description to start with here. And then we're gonna do the even cooler thing that we haven't shown before. We have shown working with ChatGPT manually without any other libraries. We have shown the Vercel's AI SDK and how it works with Svelte, like I think the day after it came out from the Vercel or Next.js conference. But we haven't shown one of the new things that are trending, which is ChatGPT response with citations. So it can say, I've actually only read this corpus of work, this data that you've provided me, and the answers are here, link, 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 link. And we'll try to do something that we have done 2 years ago, which is generative Q&A, where I'm gonna be feeding it transcripts for my videos, and it should be able to answer, this is the episode. So Tailwind with SvelteKit, Johnny did this like 2 years ago, then was like Superforms with SvelteKit in this live stream, we did it then, and provide a link to the stream or the video. So that's the dream for next time. Let me know if it sounds cool. I will just use this to quickly type title. I'll just do LLM responses with citations. Right, so we have this repository, which everything should have passed with flying colors, indeed, including the migration database deployment and migration. Let's see if it works. Start creating my profile. I am indeed me. I even have icon. Create a live stream. So let's call it. Let's go back. Let's do like final demo. Timestamp this. Right. Brace yourselves. Final demo. What have we done today? Which you can check out as well for yourself. I'm actually gonna close all other tabs. Be super brave. So you can go to chronokit.vercel.app and try things out. See what you can do. You can log in and log out. But the thing we added today was the ability to create live streams first, which is kinda easy. You have this huge input that I should restyle to be maximum on pros. But let's create a new live stream. The next one is going to be LLM responses with citations. Most likely you submit, you make it to that live stream. And the way I want to work with it is that I want to be able to add agenda items here. And actually, when I click and toggle them, in the end, it generates them quickly into YouTube timestamps. So now, like, I can add new items at any time, and it feels like a regular to-do app, and I guess it is, but the implementation detail is that we're using event sourcing for this. So what are we doing today? And the focus stays in real life. No, just said 2 seconds here. Well, I may figure that out before the latest live stream. Vercel's AI SDK. And keyboard accessibility check. Yeah, this should, on focus, should be green or something like an accent color, because the color is the same as the primary color, the border color on focus. So it's hard to see, especially on the stream, but I can see it. So we'll be bringing in Vercel's AI SDK and turn timestamps into a video description. Anyway, we'll have like 10 items as usual in the next live stream, and as we deliver them, then I'm gonna be checking them, and hopefully this is gonna be resulting into a very friendly timestamp format, YouTube timestamp format that I can copy, paste in the video description at the end of the live stream, and then you've got chapters with no more extra work from me. And we're doing event sourcing because I think that will make it easier to derive when I started one of these projects, or when I pivoted into another project, agenda item, or whatever else. I'll be thinking about, like, I'll be using this in real life, and you'll see it evolve. A cool thing, of course, is that since I'm logging in with Google anyway, we could be asking for more credentials. I don't know if it's separate, the YouTube credentials, or not, or it could integrate with the YouTube API in any case, as me, and automatically create a live stream for me when it's time to create it. Creating the live streams is also something that takes me a bit of time, but primed for automation, not that much time, but when you can automate, why not automate? But the big thing would be that as we go through the agenda, then it automatically creates and syncs the timestamps in the description for me in YouTube. So I don't even have to do anything. I just need to do the live stream. And then as I click things, the YouTube description gets updated. Or maybe there is a button where I click and then it updates the description. So something that took me like an hour or 2 hours, then it just takes one click. That'd be amazing. I guess maybe I would still want to validate that the timestamps are right. But if my calculations are correct, then it would be spitting out some timestamps that I can go manually in the YouTube video and just go there and confirm, are we in the right chapter breakpoint spot? And if not, tweak it with like for a few seconds, and then I'm there, which is much better than the workflow that I'm doing now for the timestamps. First world YouTuber problems, but hey, like, solve problems for yourself, and you have one client already. You have a user and a real audience. So this is what we did today. And I'll be using it in the next live stream, which will be something like LLM responses with citations, something suggested in the Discord. As always, let me know in the comments or the Discord, reach out any way you'd like, and I will consider what you want to learn, because I want to show things that people want to learn. I want to be useful and helpful. So let me know what you want to see. I will see if I can actually do a good pitch or a good live stream in that subject, and if I can, I'll be more than happy to try it out. And this thing, besides solving my problem with the live streams, was a way to get into an app that has the potential to use the responses with citations, because we've done the video transcripts to generative questions and answers before, and it was kind of alright. It wasn't great, so I was excited with the recent developments in that field and to want to try it. And it would be quite cool even for me to be able to look up and see in which episode I did what. So we'll see how well that one goes. Cool. I think this is gonna be it for today. Last chance for any more chat engagement. Thanks everyone for watching and sharing some of your time with me, especially all the lovely company in the chat. I really appreciate it. Looks like this is gonna be it. And we ship to production. I'll say again, this is a real link. Go play around, create your live streams, and see what happens. Like a problem with event sourcing is that maybe like you have too many events to match data in your database at that point. But hey, that's a problem for another day. Cool. Thank you once again. Have a lovely rest of the week, and I'll catch you all on Friday. Bye.